Hello and welcome everyone. This is your host Sabin Muzaffar, and I'm absolutely thrilled to welcome this distinguished panel on political literature, women with their literary swords. I'll begin with a brief summary about the panel. So, political literature, women with their literary swords, is a panel that delves deep into the topic of how women of letters have used their literary swords to define feminist agency, defying convention and norms through the power of the written word to postulate about gynocentrism, political mobilizations, contestations, opportunities, and dissent. How does literature present and interpret social progress vis-a-vis women representing themselves versus men representing women? Do modern and postmodern literature serve as tools of vindication of rights of women? And now let me introduce my distinguished guests, and I'll start in an alphabetical order. Anupama Jain is the author of When Padma Bani Paula, listed as one of the five best books of 2018 fiction by readwriteinspire.com. It's a breezy novel about second chances of life and the importance of staying true to one's roots. She also wrote Masala Mix, Potpourri of Shorts, a short story collection on myriad manifestations of love. She is also the co author of nine anthologies across genres, one of which is an Limca record holder as India's first composite novel. Anupama is the founder and admin of Senior School Moms, which won the Orange Flower Award 2021 for Best Facebook Groups. She is also the head content collaborations marketing at Incredible Women of India. Anupama has won multiple major awards for her writing, the Orange Flower Awards for Humor, at Presso Awards for Fiction and Parental Blogging. She was listed as one of the 10 Indian women bloggers a feminist must follow by Women's Web. She blogs at Akka. Anupama, can you help me?
This is a takeoff on anti-acid. So Akka, I'm a South Indian. Akka is elder sister. Akka is a big doctor.
Okay,
Good dress Akka. Yeah.
great. Thank you for helping me out. Anupama writes an award winning satirical series at readomania.com. Aj wants to know about
AJ
her.
wants to know because I'm
Okay,
usually called as AJ, but
AJ.
for
Okay,
president, everybody calls me AJ. So yeah,
all
AJ
right.
wants.
So AJ wants to know about the quirky world around. Welcome, Anupama.
Thank you so much, Sabin. Thank you.
Arpita Das is the founder publisher of the award winning New Delhi based independent publishing house Yoda Press and an executive board member of Publish Her, womeninpublishing.org. Having taught as visiting faculty on the MA in Publishing and Creative Writing programs at Ambedkar University and Ashoka University, she also runs the Yoda Press Workshop series for authors and editors. She writes frequently for periodicals and platforms on book culture, gender, popular culture, and bibliotherapy. Welcome, Arpita. Mahnaz Rehman has been working as resident director at Aurath Foundation's regional office based in Karachi since 2010. She is a known practitioner on women's rights and socio-political issues, having a journalistic background which adds to her strengths in terms of networking, liaison, and communication with media, civil society, political parties, and parliamentarians. She has been serving as development practitioner and has acquired versatile skills in terms of trainings on human rights advocacy, development, research papers, and technical backstopping on program development aspects. Her experiential background while working with diverse institutions range from media, Khan University, and Church World Service significantly contributed to attain the desired set of skills and competencies to serve her current leadership as a resident director at Aurath Foundation. She attained high level honors during her academic and professional life in terms of being the first female president of the Employees Union of a newspaper and a senior joint secretary of KUJ, which is Karachi Union of Journalists, for 2 terms in 1983 and 1983-84, and also has the honor of being awarded the Friendship Medal by the Prime Minister of People's Republic of China, Li Peng, in 1991 for promoting friendship of two countries through her writings. Welcome, Mahnaz.
Thank you.
Zara Hameed is a creative director, content creator, writer, poetess, spoken word artist, and positive living activist. A gold medalist in mass communication with over 20 years of experience in branding, advertising, concepts, strategy, creative writing, editorial design, print journalism, television, social media, fundraising, fashion magazine, interior design, packaging, and events. She's an advocate for body positivity, mental health, and has her own social media platform on Instagram and Facebook called Divan Zahra. And I'm proud and happy to tell you that her amazing new book is out called The Burning Champa. So, welcome, Zara, and welcome everyone to this panel talking about political literature.
Thank you, Sabin. Thank you for this warmest welcome to all of us. And it feels fabulous to be, in the company of such a distinguished panel. Absolutely.
Right. Okay, so I want to ask, and I want to, this is a question, and everyone can, maybe Anupama, you can start with that. Uh, I want to begin this session by talking about perhaps one of the most pivotal moments in the history of Urdu literature, and that would be the publication of Angare in 1932. It was a collection of 9 or 10 short stories by progressive writers, including Rashid Jahan. To say it caused a ripple would be an understatement. It led to an uproar, especially by the colonial government. The theme focused on misogyny, conservative religiosity that shackled free thinking as well as social ills. So this also led to the formation of the Progressive Writers Association in 1936, and it expanded. This association went on to have an offshoot in Pakistan after the independence. So this was a pivotal moment indeed for society. And my question is that, was this also an awakening, or rather a reawakening of women's political consciousness? How did it affect and impact movements led by women, especially in the 19th and 20th century, for social reforms as well as defining and proclaiming equality?
Thank you, Sabin. I'll try and answer to what I understand of the whole situation. I feel women's stories have appealed to women only when they were told by women, right? Understands a woman more wonderfully, or as clearly what she goes through. As you said, like Progressive Writers Association, we've also had an offshoot here in India, the great Amrita Pritam. Her stories, or that great poem the ode that she had written when she was a victim of partition, when she was traveling, when she has seen all the bloodshed around. So it immediately, people could empathize with that. People understood that. So that's as far as the Progressive Writers Association is concerned. But also emancipation of, seizing the political initiative hasn't happened overnight. I think it all started with reforms. Again, reforms were what men thought were the ideal reforms for women. And all the people who were setting off the reforms chain in India were the people who had gone and got themselves educated in England, come back and try to put those sort of goals for women in India. But the good aspect of that has been education. Nothing changes a woman's perspective more than education. This is something I firmly believe. Once the educating part was finished, then came the part of trying to earn for themselves, whether they earn for themselves or whether they earn for the home, whether they added to the kitty, when they went out and saw the world, when they, stepped out of that cocoon called home and figured out what are all the challenges associated. That was the second part. Then came, once education, money, then comes the actual emancipation part. What my mother thought was an ultimate goal was given to me, in the sense that is, this is the way I would live. What has been the goal for me has been given to my daughter. So across centuries, it has evolved. What has changed also is the way the Indian writers, whether it is Inheritance of Loss, how she has, chased that type of, where the woman gets married at a tender age of 14, how she discovers that the husband is constantly gaslighting her, but she doesn't realize that. Then came our own God of Small Things, in that how the entire class structure or the political structure has been tackled. That's a different this thing. But here now comes to the current crop of writers who are uh, dealing with the stuff that is so routine for them. They are and even Isma Chugtai, she's talked about stuff that was still unheard of. She talked about female sexuality, or I think it is called Lihaf, where she talks about a lady who's not, given ample time by the husband, so she develops a relationship with her servant. Or the novel, I think it's called Ziddi, where the class structure is again explored, where how the domestic servants are exploited by the men. So these stories had come way back in 40s. So the way the literature has progressed has happened, sequentially and in a serial manner. I feel it hasn't happened in an explosive way, but each of the author has passed the baton, so as to say, to the others.
True, true. I agree with you. And Arpita, what I would like to hear your thoughts uh, about the same question. And your yeah.
Yeah, my sense of where we are right now, it's kind of is more sort of potent than what we have gone through and what brought us here. I know that all of that is so very important, and it's important to keep reminding ourselves of what our foremothers, literary foremothers, have done. But I prefer to talk about the here and now always. And I think where we are right now, I think women's literature is now um, finally bringing out women's voices in a way which, and I'm sure there'll be even more sort of barriers broken in the future. But I think a lot of what has plagued representation of women's voices, even as they were called women's voices in women's literature, but then we only saw upper caste women writing, or we only saw elite women writing. A lot of that is finally beginning to break down, and I think we are now really seeing, beginning to see rather, representation in women's literature in the true sense of the word. That's my sense of it. And that is what makes it so very powerful in terms of a moment for me. And I think for a lot of it, while the foremothers are our foremothers, just by calling them our foremothers, the kind of esteem we hold them in. But I think the millennial writers, the women, and people who identify as women among millennials, what they have done in terms of opening up this space and making it truly representational is what is very, very exciting to me. So for me to be able to finally read not somebody's rendition of what an Adivasi woman or a Dalit woman, would have said or thought, but to actually read it there in their voices, um, is just absolutely explosive. And of course, I always talk, because I publish more non-fiction than fiction. I always say that, we often get lost in the alleys of fiction, which are, of course, very important. But when we talk about literature, the memoirs, the satires, the accounts of travel, perhaps the reportage, all of these genres, these are also literature genres to me. And the way women are now contributing to all these genres across the board makes it a very vital moment. Yeah.
And do you think, talking about, if you're comparing literature by the millennials, or, what is being written right now, is it because the perceptions in the past, they were basically echoes of men's perception, which was essentially being, echoed by women, uh, yeah, they were progressive men,
Well,
but
yeah.
yeah, go on.
Yeah, I mean, I actually have a problem calling it men's perceptions. What I always see it as is patriarchal perceptions, number one.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And number two, colonial perceptions.
Yeah.
I think we were caught in that web. We are still caught in the web. I'm not saying that we're free and, flying high. We are flying higher than we were, for sure, and mining deeper than we were before. But I think that web of patriarchal and colonial baggage that we were caught in,
Yeah.
the millennials have gone much further in being able to, kind of, pretty much smash that. And when I talk about the millennials, I don't just talk about the millennial writers. I'm talking about, for instance, the millennial women in the publishing industry,
Yeah.
who are recognizing a different voice in a manuscript that perhaps I am not equipped to recognize. I'm talking about the millennial translator. I am talking about the millennial woman who is a Dalit, and who will not just write her story, but will write the story of a fellow Dalit woman who perhaps cannot translate it to English herself. And I mean, let's be frank, a lot of literature finally travels when it is translated to English. That is a sad, sorry state of affairs in the world.
Yeah.
Reality check, we have to just focus on and continue to champion the cause of translating more and more works to English. And the other part of it is translating more and more women's works to each other's languages, cross languages. Both the things I think are very, very required.
Absolutely. I agree with you, Arpita. And that is the exact reason why, we are having this conversation. We've organized this event, because it's high time that we globalize, women in literature through translations.
Absolutely.
Because it is representative, and it's not just one voice from one country. It's a voice in unison. So, absolutely agree with you. Mahnaz, my question to you is, we know that women's movements in pre-partition India began as social reforms, and these reforms were built on the premise of European thoughts of progress, that is, white man's interpretations of progress, also acknowledging the impossibility of progress without women. So these white men thought, it's important to alleviate the plight of women. This spurred reformers and intellectuals in the subcontinent into action and efforts directed at an overall improvement. And, again, the same question that I asked Arpita, while this is one step forward, was it two-step backs? Because one cannot help but think that these were ideas alluded by men. And in this context, how did voices in literature such as Rashid Jahan, Isma Chugtai defined feminist agency, defy convention, celebrating political mobilization and dissension.
Actually, for us in Pakistan, I think we see because of the overall atmosphere, because of the dictatorships and martial law, we see things in a different way. Because I remember even now when we talk about pre-partition days, we think about freedom movements and social reform, not particularly of women, but actually we believe that the men were the enlightened and progressive men. They initiated those things. And I belong to the generation that who became leftist and progressive first of all, and afterwards we became feminist, because for long we used to believe that if the revolution will come, all the problems will be solved. So progressive writers movement was very important for us, and we didn't used to differentiate between men and women. But gradually, the what happened in Pakistan and the women movement that started during Ziaul period, that changed our perception. Because previously, I mean, uh, the, this dictatorship and this Ziaul long period in which he used the religion to exploit women, to exploit minorities. So the phase of a women movement that started is the real women movement for us. Before that, we used to see it as the freedom movement. Both Indian and Pakistanis wanted to get rid of British imperialism. And when the both countries, I mean, came into being, or they were separated, or whatever happened. So that was a trauma. And I remember my mother talking about Quratul and Haidar's Mere Bhi Sanam Khani, that was about partition, and my mother used to repeat in a very nostalgic way, how will you divide air, how will you divide other natural things, I mean, you divided the countries. That generation was going through a trauma, and the writings on those days were, especially we like Amrita Pritam because she focused on partition. There were two things that there was of the Sahil Ludhiani, because he was our favorite poet, and I think if I became socialist, the credit goes to Sahil Ludhiani's poetry, because since my childhood I was reading Sahil Ludhiani, and I thought socialism is the best thing for us to resolve our problems. So, I mean, we look at the things in that way. So progressive writers, men or women, they both were important for us, and we idealized all of them. Faiz, Sahir, Habib Jalib, all, and Isma Chutai, of course, she was such a bold woman. I mean, she started. But when I came to, became part of women movement, then we start talking about literary form. Ruqayya Sukhawat Hussain, who was born in 1880, 1 century, 1.5 century, almost 1.5 century ago. And she was a pioneer of women liberation. I mean, a woman born in 1880, she started this. Her famous novelette, I would say, was about a dream of a woman, Sultana's dream, that she dreams that the world has changed. It is a lady land, women are ruling, and men are doing all those small odd things that women used to do in that period. I mean, the role reversal kind of thing. So in when we talk about women movement, and when we go to that literature side, we start our talk from Ruqayya Sakhawat Hussain. And of course, then Isma Chughtai of this 20th century, Quratul and Haidar. And if Quratul, and when our generation, to be honest, our generation was fascinated with the Aag Darya, the River of Fire. Her novel, superb, 2000 years history of subcontinent. It is superb, and our whole generation was fascinated about the novel. We really idealized Quratul and Haidar. And this Aag Darya, I mean, we can't get out of that magic that novel created. And then, I mean, in Pakistan, I should say Fahmida Riaz. Fahmida Riaz is the most important, powerful name
Indeed.
that really talked about, like this Ismat Chotai. Ismat Chotai wrote prose, but Fahmida Riaz wrote poetry, and it was the first time that in poetry a woman told her feelings about sex, about bearing child. Her famous poem, I will just read an excerpt of that poem. Lao apna haath, lao zara. Um, Bring your hand here, bring it here, touch my body, and listen to the beating of your child's heart. And then after Fahmi Daryat came Kishwar Nahid, and she was also, and she is such a bold and real feminist poet. Her famous poem that we the sinful women, hum gunagar aurtein, is it has become kind of anthem of women movement, hum gunagar aurtein, because whatever we do, these religious people, they think we are sinful, like we don't cover our head or something. So after Famida Riaz and Kishwanai's autobiography, the story of a bad woman, Buri Aurat Ki Katha, is also a superb thing to read. It's a story of whole generation, of her generation. She's, I mean, senior to us. So, I mean, these poets, these women, they played a vital role for us, for the political activists, for feminists, and for women rights activists. We always quote them. And our famous dancer, Shima Kirmani, she has composed dance dramas on poems of Fahmi Daryaz, Kishwar Nahid, especially Fahmi. She has used many of Fahmi Daryaz's poems for her dance dramas, and they are very popular. And during women gatherings, we always invite Shima to play those things. So, if these are the women who used literature for political and for feminist purposes. And another name is of Nurul Huda Shah. Nurul Huda Shah, very famous drama writer, TV writer, and she exposed how feudals and how feudalism exploit women, how women are being exploited. And it was such a strong and popular theme of her that it became so popular in Pakistan, her drama. She is also such a big name for us because she writes so powerfully in favor of women. And there are many others also in among young people in Sindh, Amar Sindhu, Arfan Amallah, they are very vocal and fiery orator and writer as well. And another name I would like to mention is of Tahmina Durrani. She was married to a politician, Muzaffar, and he was a typical feudal lord. So the name of her novel is also My Feudal Lord. And it is, I mean, how she has exposed the feudals, how they treat women. And I mean, that was very bold of her because that was her biography in a sense. But it was a fiction as well. So, I mean, as far as political writers are concerned, Malala Yousafzai's books, even Benazir Bhutto's books are part of political writing, political sword, as you said. There are some other name, Fawzia Said, yes, of course, I would like to mention. Fawzia Said is also a warrior, I would say. Her books, Taboo, is about prostitutes, but the other book, Working with Sharks, is about working women, how working women are harassed. And this became such a important issue for her that then she lobbied for the law protection against harassment at workplace. She lobbied and she succeeded with the help of civil society, with the help of us, to get this law enacted. But this all started with a book, Working with Shark, in which she explained how working women are harassed in offices, you see. So
Okay.
I think it's enough, or maybe
That's
after
that's
others.
that's. Thank you so much for that, Mahnaz. And I'll go over to Zahra. Um, this is a question, with you in my mind, because you're a poet yourself. So poets and writers like Amrita Pritham and Koratal and Heather have beautifully elucidated anguish and suffering caused by hatred, by war, and by partition. Do you feel being a woman with her many roles as a mother, as a carer, and at the risk of restricting the poet to her gender, the feelings of pain and loss are articulated with much more texture and context? You're on the mute. You're muted, Zara.
Sure. So, first of all, Sabin, I would just like to say a quick thank you to you and to Mahnaz for inspiring us with her answer, and also to Arpita and Anupama for being here and a part of this festival today. And as far as the question goes, I think women's role as a mother and a carer is often viewed through a gender lens in poetry and in literature. And I honestly think that women definitely articulate the feelings of pain and loss with more depth and texture and context. As someone who's written a poetry book, which is a real life narrative called The Burning Champa, I feel that, this is, it has been Pakistan's first book about mental health in women, and about body dysmorphia, eating disorders, and motherhood. And I feel it is up to women to depict a more sort of accurate and strong and authentic point of view about women, especially when it comes to mental health. Because there's not been much work in mental health when it comes to literature and talking about it openly. Even in Pakistan, there is a complete taboo when it comes to talking about mental health and issues and feelings of pain and loss. Women who suffer from it are typically sort of typecast as neurotic and possessed, and someone, who needs to be married off, who needs to be silenced with pills. So I really wanted to sort of, break this stereotype and write about the innate strength of women, which, who have mental health issues. So being, bipolar 2 myself, I feel it's important to own our narrative and also how we overcome and manage disorders, how we learn to balance a family and professional life. So the response, even for the book has been overwhelming, with people saying that we feel like this is our story. So I do feel that, women's roles are restricted by their gender, and we should be talking more openly about women's issues, especially mental health and body positivity.
Thank you so much for that, Zara. And Anupama, I'll just come back to you. And we spoke about Arundhati Roy's God of Small Things. So, do you think works of literature such as her book, or Kiran Desai's The Inheritance of Loss, or Monica Ali and Kamla Shamsi's focus on piety and agency in their work have a lasting influence on feminist writing? What does this say about the contemporary diasporic South Asian women's fiction?
See, these I've been written a few years earlier, and thanks to technology, the way technology has burst open, and I feel every 3 years is a generational shift. What 3 years back the women were thinking, broader perspective might remain the same, but the thinner narratives are changing, because now we're telling lived in stories. It is our story, like we have. We were saying about Dalit stories, okay? Meena Kandaswamy. I teach kids, and you won't believe there is a story. There is a very famous writer called Bama. She has written extensively about what she has undergone. Excerpts of such writing are now part of curriculum. Not only it is being recognized, there is being an effort is being made to bring about systematic change. Systemic change in thinking, where people are reading about those at the impressionable age of grade 10 to 12. So the way stories are changing, the way women are telling about their own stories, whether it is sexuality or harassment or it's immediately because these have become like lived-in tales. They are very easy to strike a chord. What has also changed is this explosion of various platforms that are available for people to show their tales, to share their tales. Earlier it was just that maximum it was print media. Now it is your timeline is your story area, your story feed. So your ways and mechanisms of narrating a story that is distinctive yet which strikes a chord has become much easier. You can reach a much wider audience. So because of that, what changes are being brought out are very fast. Like what God of Small Things read today would be, people would read it with a different lens. But when it was released, when it was published, it was a huge thing, because here a brother and sister both undergo divorce, but what a mother suffers and how the brother's life pans out, it was different. And what happened to the twins because of the, mother calls them the millstones around her neck. So what they underwent, and then she's weaved in class structure and how CPIM or Marxist Party works in Kerala. So how that is viewed now, especially when the times are difficult. There is a South Indian writer called Volga. That's a pen name. She has written about Sita. Now, Sita is a very famous, the second character, Rama's wife. But there are other feminine characters who have not been given so much of prominence in the entire epic, because Sita is made to stand alone as this pious lady. The rest are all, just added to embellish the tale. So this lady had taken these 5 characters or minor characters, given them voice, given them agency to choose their own narratives. When those stories came way back in 2011, she stirred an honored nest, But few years later, the same stories, she gets, she's threatened for voicing those. So things have become, weirdly, on one end, the stories are exploding. On the second end, we are seeing this majoritism where people are afraid to voice. So, but there are people who are still breaking the shackles, but there are still people who are threatened. Only the strongest survive. And some people then, shy away. So it's a very fine thread to walk these days. The stories to be, there are lived-in stories that are exploding by the moment, yet people are, trying to walk that fine rope where they are not in the process of harming themselves also with their stories that come out.
True. Thank you for that, Radhika. We are constrained. There are some time constraints, but I would like Arpita to share her thoughts maybe in 2 minutes. That would be great.
Sabin, I was just thinking as Anupama was speaking that, for me right now, of course, women writing directly in English, there are many fabulous books coming out, but I am super excited with the translations which are happening right now of nonfiction again, particularly memoirs, because the word that Anupama used, our story, I think that's beginning to really get a glimpse of that in a way that we really haven't before. We are currently working on a memoir by B.M. Zahra, the well-known Malayali writer. It's a memoir called The Dreams of a Mopla Girl. You know, growing up in a Mapilla Muslim community in Kerala, and which is being translated by Fehmida Zakir. And I'm so excited about the book because it's the story of a Muslim girl from a community we barely hear from or hear about in literature, you know. And for me it's like you know, whatever can push the envelope on that phrase, our story. And yes, as Anupama said, social media, blogging, vlogging, all of that, it's really democratized the sharing of one's stories and the ability for the rest of us women to bear witness to their stories. And I just want to say one last thing, that, of course, part of this for me particularly is also hearing the story of trans women, which is something we are only beginning to hear now. You know, so I mean, it's just, I think we have many, many exciting sort of new, you know, areas to cover in the near future. Yeah.
True, true. And this blogosphere, what we've realized, it has made us realize is that there's uh, so much similarity, across and beyond borders. And, this, the digital media has helped us realize that. So, yeah, so,
Scratch
yeah, so I'm,
the
likewise,
surface
I'm
here.
really excited about it. Anupama, you were saying something?
I'm just saying, scratch the surface beneath all this, external boundaries. We all bleed the same for the same
Absolutely.
issues.
Absolutely, absolutely. Totally agree.
Agreed. Absolutely. 100%. Yeah.
So, Mehnaz, and again, apologies for that, but we are a little constrained. We have time constraints. So, but I would like a lesson in history from you. And you've been one of the proponents of feminism in Pakistan, and I'm definitely not wrong in saying that. We want to hear and celebrate the struggles of political writers like yourself, like Razia Bhatti, and poets like, and you've mentioned Kishwar Nahid, especially during the imposition of martial law by General Ziaul. So, if you could give us some context, of being a voice in a patriarchal society where even progressive men have been guilty of misogyny.
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention Zaida Hina. She is
Okay.
also such
Yes,
a
absolutely.
strong and good writer, and I mean, I mean, it's a piece of literature, but it has political background. Her stories, her novels, like what happened during the dictatorship of those army generals and all that. That's a background. We know that. But she writes really good literary story how the people were killed and how the women suffered. So Zaida Hina is a very important name of our political literature and literature as well. I mean, I don't want to put it in different boxes, but she's such a, I'm sorry, I forgot her name in my previous talk, but I nowadays, because of this extremism, this religious extremism and all that, the thing as Frida Shahid and Khawar Mumtaz wrote, one step forward, two steps backward. We go one step forward, then we have to go two steps backward because of these these martial laws, these religious extremism, this religious fundamentalism. Now, every day we have a new issue. Sometimes it's child marriage, sometimes it's forced conversion, sometimes education of the girls. Even, I mean, some years ago they were bombarding. There was bombardment on girls' schools. I mean, as if we were traveling back into somewhere. I don't know in which medieval period or what. So, of course, the writers are affected by these things, and some of them write very good things about these. So, the present realities are very quite I mean, I have been an optimist throughout my life, but presently we don't see much hope for not only for women but for common citizens. So writers are also not giving any hope. They are also presenting whatever is happening, and that's not good. I mean, that's pessimistic maybe, but we shouldn't. I mean, we should have hope. We are struggling. We are trying to make changes, but to be honest, things are not good anywhere. And especially in the backdrop of this corona pandemic,
True, true.
this economic crisis, this domestic violence, all these things have exacerbated due to this pandemic. But
Absolutely.
let's hope that future will be better.
True, true. And I'll end the session with Zahra Hameed. My last question to you is: how does literature present and interpret social progress vis-a-vis women representing themselves versus men representing women? And you're on the mute.
I just want to say that the social progress and portrayal of women in popular culture, especially in the written word, shows a very stereotypical role of women, as we have just discussed, especially when written by men. Women with mental illness are typecast and portrayed as weak, as irrational, as emotionally unstable, as mentally limited. So women are, shown as possessed, especially when women have mental health issues. They are possessed. They're shown as somebody possessed by spirits or supernatural forces. And the solution of their problem is to, they say, marry off these sexually frustrated women or medicate them into passivity. So women are really sort of misrepresented and mistrusted and maligned. And I feel that, my sort of humble attempt to sort of write through the Burning Champa has been to give women a voice, especially when it comes to mental health. And the social progress of women, in dramas and books has been nil. There is no literature surrounding mental health in Pakistan. They may highlight the problems, but no constructive solutions are being sort of provided. The current stories in modern literature are about love, about honor killings in society, and postmodern literature does not even exist. So really, I think it's up to us to sort of for the newer writers and for the established ones to sort of come together in sort of really showing an authentic and a true portrait of women in literature and in poetry.
Thank you so much for that, Zara. With that, we've come to the end of this session. Thank you, Anupama, Arpita, Mahnaz, Zahra, for an amazing and enlightening discussion. And this is followed by an amazing session with Dr. Amna Yaqeen and Leonora Miano. So stay tuned. Dr. Yakin, did you have, because I just saw your mail. Okay, let me email.
Hi, Sabine. I just emailed you to say that I got in by using this morning's link and not the link for this session.
Yes, I don't know why that is happening because it's the same link we're using. I'm just sending this link again to Leonora. It's strange because it's the same, I've clicked on the session and I don't know why it's happening like that. And I've emailed the link because apparently.
Yeah, I got the. Yeah, I got the.
Yeah.
That's how.
But I don't know. I don't know why even the link. It's having an issue. We had.
No, I think there were so many mails that it became.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a little sort of overwhelmed, and then I managed to track it down, all of it. Just, it's strange.
Apologies for the.
No, I'm trying to call her, but it's. She says, I'm online, they're not allowing me in. Hello.
Yeah. I think I sent her a new link. Maybe that's.
Yes, okay.
I sent her. You're copied in that mail.
She. Okay. Typing something. She says, I have a message saying the host has another meeting on. I've told her to use the new link.
Yeah, that's the problem that we've been facing. It's the same link. And Tim basically said, oh, she's here now.
Okay.
Great.
Good. All right, off you go.
Hello, Leonora. Can you hear us?
I can hear and see you. But can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
But for some mysterious reason, you can't see me.
Yes, I can see your name. Maybe you'll have to start your video.
Okay, got it.
Great. Dr. Amina, are you there? So for some strange reason, there still is some issue with the link. And I had to copy paste the link from this session and email that to you.
I can see Amina.
Yes.
Hi.
All right.
Greetings, Amina.
Okay, let me just go live and then start the conversation. Give me just 1 second.
All right. Oh, I didn't expect so many people.
Okay. All right, and we go live in 2 seconds.
Sabine, can I ask you about the timings? What are our timings now for the session?
So you've got around 40 minutes,
Okay.
and then Natalie's session starts.
And can we attend when it starts?
Yes, it's the same session.
Okay, good.
So I think that'll be great, in fact. That's why I wanted to keep both of you together, you know. And we're live. Dr. Amna Yakin, the platform is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sabine, and welcome everyone to this fireside chat with Leonora. I hope I'm pronouncing your name properly.
It's perfect. It's perfect.
Leonora Miano, and with the apologies for the slightly late start due to technical issues, which we have resolved. So good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world. It's a pleasure to have you all with us, and it's an even greater pleasure to be part of this session with the Women in Literature Festival. And I'd like to thank Ananke and Meher, as well as Naima, who've been sort of working behind the scenes and making this all come to life for us. And it's my great honor and privilege to be in sort of part of this conversation, and I hope we'll be hearing mostly from Leonora and less from myself.
Oh, I don't think so.
So to introduce Leonora, she is a major voice of French-speaking literature, a novelist, playwright, and essayist. She's the author of some 20 books. Her works explore sub-Saharan and diasporic experiences as expressions of the universal human condition. She was awarded and my French is terrible, so I'm not going to attempt to say this, the Prix Goncourt.
You should. Goncourt.
I'll be terribly English and say it completely wrong. So in 2006, for her novel and Contours du jour qui vient, I think, the Prix Femina and the Grand Prix du Roman Métis in 2013 for Season of the Shadows, which was published by Seagull Books in 2018. In 2020, the University of Lorraine, in collaboration with the University of the Greater Region, which brings together 6 European academic institutions, created the Frontiers Leonora Miano Literary Prize in recognition of her writings and commitments. She curates the Quilombola, have I got that right?
Yeah.
Quilombola series at Seagull Books, and Seagull are an independent publisher in Calcutta, India, and I love the Indian Ocean links here, so we'll hopefully have a chance to talk a little bit about that as well. She is also the founder of the Colombo Publishing, which is located in Lome, Togo, where she lives. So there is a lot more to Leonora, and I hope that in this fireside chat we will have an opportunity to get to know her a bit more. So thank you and welcome for Leonora, and thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure. So that was a formal introduction to you. I would like to start us off with a very simple question and ask you to tell us about your journey as a writer. Where did you start from and where are you now?
Oh, I don't know if I could really answer that in a scholarly, intellectual manner, because when I started to write, I was just a little girl. I was 8. I had no literary culture per se, but I needed to speak. I needed to express myself about things that people around me wouldn't talk about. So for a long time, writing for me has been that for a very long time. And I did not imagine that as a career. I, I never wanted to become a writer. I wanted to become a singer. But um, writing was, for me, a means to cope with life and to remain alive. So it acquired a very strong importance in my life. So that when I was, say, 25, 27, around that, I said to myself that since it was taking so much a place in my life, I had to share it. But I still hoped at the time that I'd become a writer, a singer. I didn't become a singer, became a famous writer. But I still hope to become a singer when I grow up. So I don't know how to talk about my journey as a writer. What I will say is that for a long time, writing was needed in my life to, as I said, to cope with life, because it came from a place of pain. But now I am much older and I'm not in pain anymore. So writing is not that necessary to me. I write to amuse myself today. I do not write to remain alive. And I might even retire slowly in a few years to do, to gardening or something else, for instance.
Okay. Um, Thank you for sharing that. And I think there's so much that you've said there that I would like us to take a moment to think about, to cope with life
Yes,
and
I
to
really had
remain.
to. I really had to. My childhood was not very happy, though I was brought up in a very comfortable, not really wealthy, but comfortable household. But our family wasn't happy. And very early on, I had to experience uh, sexual violence that made me write, made writing necessary because I couldn't talk about it. But now I'm not in that place anymore, that same place. I'm not that little girl anymore. So there's less rage. If you came across my first novels, these were very violent and disturbing novels. And um, people said a lot that I wrote about, that I displayed, depicted a violent Africa, but my novels were not about Africa. Novels are never about places. They're always about the person who is writing. So the violence and the rage in those novels were mine alone. It was a way to expel uh, the torment, the pain that I could not voice in another way.
Well, thank you for being so open with us.
Oh,
And
I'm old enough for that.
it takes a long time. So I think the question I'd like, if I may ask from that, where you talk about the torment and the pain and the anger and sexual violence, I mean, that is such a it's so sad, but it's so true that that is such a quote unquote normal part of many women's lives.
Yes, very commonplace, unfortunately.
And what was it that sort of inspired you to write about the experience, to use writing as a way to exercise the kind of pain, as it were?
Well, first, I did not want to write. I wanted to talk. I
Mm-hmm.
wanted to talk to people around me and to a person particularly, but they would not hear me. And just like that, by chance, I started writing. I did not write stories at the time. I wrote poetry, and I felt such a feeling of freedom and even power that it stayed with me for those reasons, because I could write about anything that crossed my mind. I could write, speak without being interrupted. Uh, and I felt free and powerful.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So this is the main reason why, you know, writing became uh, uh, a very useful tool for me in an environment where uh, the speech around intimate issues was not welcome.
Mm-hmm.
You could talk about anything political, philosophy, literature, anything cultural. Uh, that was very, very much encouraged. But when your speech dwelt on the intimate, the personal, it wasn't welcome. And my very first writings of poetry allowed me to, you know, uh, 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 say, not really say, because I did not write about my experience, I did not write about the pain, but I wrote things that made me feel safe
Mm-hmm.
and empowered.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so what's really important, I think, for women listening to this, from what you were saying, and for someone like myself listening to this as well, and I have some kind of ghosts in the cupboard that I have to deal with, or I deal with from time to time from childhood, and sexual violence is something that takes away your power, doesn't it? It takes away the
Yes,
power. So it's really important to hear you say, and how you reclaimed that power, and how you invested yourself in your writing through poetry and through language, to also to set yourself against an establishment that expects you to write a particular type of story. And when you don't write that story, you also face judgment. And
of
you,
course, especially if you're a girl.
if you're a girl, and you talked about Africa as well, and sort of being a representative, and sort of being put in a position where you were being told, well, this is not the image you should be representing. Could you talk, would you like to sort of expand on that a little bit?
Oh, that was very much said when my books began to be published, because they were published in France, a place where Africans and people of African descent are a minority. So they need to see a beautiful image of themselves, or what they think would be a beautiful image of themselves. But I grew up in Africa, and when you grow up in Africa, you're not a minority. So you do not build your personality as if you were a minority. So the majority gaze has no, I wouldn't say has no impact, but it doesn't have the same impact. You know, you're a person, you know that you belong to a people just like any other people in the world, that your community is not perfect, that crime is committed in every community in the world, that human beings are very often ugly, no matter where they come from. And so there is no image issue for you. But I understand why, for people who felt discarded, marginalized in the French society, they had the impression that I was not helping the cause by revealing the dark sides of our, our African society. But I think we have to cope to deal with our mess. We have to deal with our mess too, and our mess
I don't know if it's my connection, but I've
No,
lost
it's yeah, we've lost her.
Leonora.
Yeah, she's she hasn't left the meeting, but her video and her voice is frozen. Let me just message her. I think she needs to sign in. Apologies for the delay. Leonora is facing some technical issues.
I was wondering, while we're waiting for Leonora, I see that Naveen is on the call as well. Maybe
Sure, yeah, that would be great, Naveen.
Naveen might like to tell us a little bit about the relationship with Seagull Books and Quillumbala, if he's there. Maybe he's gone.
Naveen, are you there? I've mailed Naveen as well. So let's see. That's the woes of the digital realm.
Yeah, I think it's, also challenges of unequal access, so
Absolutely.
perfectly understandable.
Yeah.
Um,
Naveen, are you there? So, Dr. Amina, what do you think of the event it's been quite amazing from where I sit, but I'm just being narcissistic.
Not at all. I think it's been wonderful. I've been enjoying the conversations that I've tuned into. It's such a important sort of platform to have a Women in Literature festival. We have a lot of festivals around the world, and what you guys have done is something quite unusual and different. We've got people in the conversation who are patiently listening and
Yes.
sitting. I don't know if they might want to put some thoughts in the chat, or whether they can be enabled to say something if they've attended.
They can unmute themselves if they like.
So I don't know. How do you feel that it's gone, Sabine?
It's gone well. I'm always open about glitches because it's digital and there are some things that are out of our hands, so I don't stress much about it. But all in all, the feedback that we've gotten, and all the speakers that are on board, they're so invested in it. It's like it's their project. So, and that's why it's the content is so enriching and the conversation is so enriching because everyone feels and has this ownership about this festival.
That's something I think that we must give credit to you guys for making that happen, and it's really nice to see that it's opened up across the different places as well, which can't have been easy to organize something in a short period of time and to put it together in the way that it has been done. And yeah, technical glitches. I mean, I know you guys are doing this without a huge amount of funding behind it as well.
Nothing. Let's be honest. Nothing.
Let's be honest.
Yes. And it's all right. It is what it is. But
it's a true labor of love.
Yes, it is. And why, and I speak passionately about it because the idea is to listen to everyone, and add that on to this festival. And I think that's why it is, I'm hoping because it's adding so much value to me as a layperson, as a person who's just, who's a viewer, not as an organizer. So I think, going back and forth with everyone, asking, getting their feedback. So, it's been quite an amazing journey.
It's good. It's good. That's good to hear. What do you think we should do? Because we've got this session ends at 4:40, and yes. I guess Leonora is still having an issue to log in. Should we just take a break for 10 minutes and then join again for the next session? I mean, if Leonora is able to join again, is there possibility to continue the conversation later? Or I really don't know how we can, unless we do a recording and do it that way.
I think we can definitely do a recording. Yeah, we can definitely do that. Natalie would be on, and it's the same link. You're using the same link to come back online for Natalie's session as well.
Okay.
So yeah. So maybe let's take a break. If Leonora comes online,
I'll stay online. I'm happy to pick up the conversation. Because it's I mean, I was looking forward. I have my questions to ask her about the Season of the Shadow, which is the book, of course, that we were going to discuss, and the narrative of slavery and how she is telling it, and the kind of voice that she's using, and the way that obviously the book has been received in terms of comparative contexts. So there are lots of things. Huh?
She's here. She's
She's
here.
here. Okay, okay.
Yay.
Excellent. Hooray.
Great. Leonora, can you hear us?
You're mute. Oh, you're on mute, Leonora.
All right, sorry, I had a power cut. The joys of African life.
I think it's this is a real moment, isn't it? We were just talking about the inequalities of access and global communications.
Now everybody knows that I'm really in Africa.
So you could be in Pakistan as well.
Yes, I think so. Sorry about that. And
Not at all, not at all. Welcome back. And we were in the middle of a conversation, and
it could happen again. It could happen again. So now you know.
Okay, so it's like the shadow of the the shadow of the power cut over us. So in that case, we have to make the most of the little time that we get you on
Yes.
air. And I was just saying to our listeners that what I wanted to ask you about was your inspiration for Season of the Shadow. What led to this particular story, and it's such an important story, and there are many questions I have with reference to it. I feel as if I should put them all to you now, but I'd like you first to just tell us about the inspiration for the story.
I've been obsessed with the transatlantic human trafficking for a long time. It started when I was a child. And for very long, I had questions about the stories that Africa kept and did not voice around that tragedy, human tragedy. And Season of the Shadow was written after I had already written a novel, not trying to depict the trade, but a novel in which I summoned the voices of the many who lost their lives before even reaching the Americas. Millions of people who died with their African identity, let's call it that way, who expressed their last thought or words or prayers in an African language, but who have no place in our memory on the continent. And after writing that novel, because I still want to become a singer when I grow up, I wrote a repertoire of songs about the intimate, very personal uh, experience of that human trafficking for a series of African individuals who had lived at the time. But that did not suffice. I needed to write a novel to fully create a community with its worldview, with the way people could react to an event they could not even name. So this is how Season of the Shadow came about. It was a long process, and the need to tell the story from the African point of view, because I think that in the conversation about what is called the slave trade, the part that we miss most is that African voice. So I needed to create it or at least start to create it.
I think that's really important context that you've provided for us in there in terms of what your intentionality was with the narrative that you were writing, and certainly the story that you put across is very powerful, and it conveys the violence, it conveys the loss, the trafficking, the kind of the coastline, the that whole imagery and visualization of what happens. And I think music is so much a part of that. I mean, also sort of turning to that point you made about how it began from these kind of songs that you'd written.
Yes.
Music is such a integral part of this story in terms of what I've written. Oh, sorry, not written. I've read in the works of critics like Paul Gilroy and his book, and others, and Stuart Hall, and of course, women writers as well, like Toni Morrison. And I just wondered, how important was the female narrative for you in this? Because the story begins with abduction, and it is also about through the kind of experience of the women. And of course, you're telling the story of sort of reconstructed through the tribes, and then what happens. But there are very prominent and powerful, as well as powerless women who are present in the story. So could you just tell us a bit more about them?
Yes, of course. As I said, I wanted to write from an African point of view of the time, of the period. And I also wanted to work on this idea of loss that you have just mentioned. And Season of the Shadow was written when I was becoming 40. And I thought at 40, I was eventually at peace with being a girl, with being a woman. So I wanted to celebrate, and I decided that the main characters in the novel will be women. Could have been otherwise, but since I wanted to celebrate my newfound femininity, I wanted characters that would embody that joy to have eventually become a woman. So this is why the idea of loss is mostly depicted through the experience of the mothers whose sons are taken away and who are discarded from the community. They're set aside, and it's just how would I say it in proper English? I'm very smart in French, but sometimes in English I have to search for my words because I do not speak so much these days. It's just a writer's construct in order to make sure that there's how do you say that? There's drama in the novel and the story will evolve. So you put your characters in a certain position that allows you to ask a series of questions and to not really provide answers, but to travel with the reader towards possible answers. So in the novels, yes, the women are very beautiful, very powerful, and they're the keepers of memory, and they're also the builders of the world that will emerge from that chaos, because they're what remains.
And one of the things I'd just like to pick up on from what you said about language there, because this is also festival that is focusing very much on translation as well, in the works that we read in translation and not just in English, and how important they are in terms of opening our minds to different narratives and to different ideas. And so do you and in the story, in the novel as well, you talk about language, the language that the different groups speak, and the Buele and
The
also the
Malongo.
Malongo. I was sort of trying to get my pronunciations right. And
These are a fictitious communities. You can pronounce, how you like, how it pleases you.
so so the language question that you bring up, it seems quite deliberate in the novel with those amongst those communities in terms of differences and the idea and sense of community and how it's been broken at this kind of juncture, when there is an invasion and there is a kind of taking over of the land and the language and the memory. And you also use the structure of, I don't know if structure is the right word, but you also use dreams within the novel.
Yes, a
Your
lot.
characters are talking and communicating, and there's the issue of language, and there's also the presence of dreams. And I was really interested in that because as a writer, I was wondering what was, how were you thinking of that sort of dream sequence and the characters thinking through the dreams in contrast to
Oh,
them speaking in a language.
I didn't really have to think about it. It's very natural for me because I dream a lot. I've written many novels because I dreamt a large part of them, literally as I wrote them. So, and I come from a place where dreams are important. When you dream, you, you think that you have traveled to another place, that you have really experienced what you saw in your dreams. If someone comes to you in a dream, it means that you've met with that person. So it's just another form of reality for us. So it's very natural. It's very natural to dream, to see signs in the weather or how the behavior of animals in the woods, things like that. And particularly at the time when the story is set, we are immersed in a worldview that is still very spiritual, uh, and where everything, almost everything has a spiritual meaning. So it had to be present in the novel as well. Everything is written from the main character's point of view. This is pre-colonial Africa. These are people who do not call themselves Africans or Blacks, and for whom centuries do not exist. There is no Europe. And I place them in the uh, far from the coast, so they do not even know the ocean. They've never seen it. So there's uh, it was very interesting to try to rebuild that lost reality, that lost African, not only point of view, but day-to-day life.
And I think that comes across very strongly in the novel, that distance that you have from the coast and to and the different kind of climate and nature that is written into the whole narration of the story as well, which I think comes through very evocatively and strongly, and you write in a very poetic style as well, if I can kind of say that.
Means I had a good translator.
Which brings me to my question about translation, and how easy was it to find your translator? How do you feel about the translation, and do you think the global publishing
Oh.
market welcomes stories from Africa and in translation?
I was a bully with the translator because, unfortunately for her, I'm very much able to read in English and to check if she's messing with my work, and I would not let her do that. But she's good, and she did well because Season of the Shadow is not an easy novel. So she had a lot of work to do in order to translate the kind of poetry that I had created in French into English. And I really think that she did well, also because she was bullied by the author. So that's the world welcome stories from Africa. I could not really answer that. It depends on which part of the world are you talking about.
I suppose the global north or the global south, in fact, how open are we?
I don't know about the global north because I think that for English speaking countries, say the United States and Great Britain, for instance, they have many African writers who write in English because Britain has been such a powerful colonial power. So they colonized almost half of the world. So they have a lot of African Anglophone writers. So they do not feel the need to read us. They have the impression that everything has already been said by, Ngugi or even Ben Okri. There are so many. So our stories from French-speaking Africa do not travel as easily, especially if you are a very not say very, not even very, but a bit complex. And I am a bit complex. I'm not supposed to be a bit complex. Being African, I'm supposed to provide simple, easy reading, and even joyful literature, which I don't do. So I was very lucky for Seagull to come across my literature because from the American publishers, very often I heard that, oh, she's too complicated. Means I understand it as she's too smart. She's too smart. She's too brilliant. How dare she? And so it's not very easy for us, for French-speaking writers, to be translated into English, for instance. But I think that African stories are welcome in the West by a very large audience, even sometimes more than they are on the continent. Because people are attracted to difference. Especially in France, the French read the whole world, and they are happy to do so. And not only do they read us, but they want to possess us. They want us to belong to them.
The Republic.
Yes, when the French find you good, when they find you brilliant, you have to be French. And what you do has to be French. That's the way of showing love. They want to possess you.
That's really important that you've put that in the conversation, because I think in contrast we have almost an anti-intellectual tradition in the UK sometimes, where not in the world of publishing and writing, but I think where the pressure is that intellectual sort of stuff is something that happens in France, and we do other stuff. I mean, I won't go into all the stereotypes here, but it's really fascinating also to hear about the connection with Seagull Books and the relationship there, and your book series that you're doing. So could you tell us a little bit about that book series? How did I mean, I know you said Seagull reached out to you. Is there more to the story? And what are you
They did not reach out for the book series. I did. First, I wanted to create it in France, but it didn't work out. And since Navin Kishore, who is, he doesn't like the word, but he's the boss at Seagull. He really doesn't like that word. But since he became a friend, I complained about it one day that I wanted to create a series, and I described it to him. And he told me very simply, naturally, but well, come and do it here. And I said, but my writers, they write in French, so it will be very costly for you. He said, never mind, we will sell the books to the French. And this is how it went, very simply, because Naveen is about helping people who want to do things. If you want to do something, and if he feels it, that he can be of any use, he will accompany you. And also, he's not about the money. It's not the first, it's not his goal. So I was lucky to come across such a wonderful person who gives me the power that the French would not, because it is power, to decide to create new conversations, to decide to create a series that will dwell on the experiences of minorities throughout the world, to provoke a shift in the location of the centers of power, because Seagull is in India, I'm in Africa. We're not used to having conversations among us, but if we do, we empower each other and we create new aesthetics and new ways of seeing the world, and even resolving the problems that we all have to face nowadays. So and we're having a very brilliant start with Natalie's books, but I think you will discuss it later.
But that's right. Natalie has just joined, I believe, so we'll be talking to her shortly. So it's great to hear about the initiative and to hear about the kind of presence of a publisher like Naveen, who welcomes this type of writing. And these connections have been so important in the past, and they will continue to be so, that these connections are not just available to us through the global north being the broker.
Absolutely. That's the idea, that we become the center for once.
Yeah, exactly. So I have to sort of let you go, which I'm very sad about.
I will listen to you and Natalie.
Before I do, I just want to ask you one last question, if I may. And I think you've touched on this in many ways, but it's important. And we sort of, you're a Cameroonian, and there's Frantz Fanon, and there's also many other philosophers and thinkers who are part of the sort of tradition, and it's very important for us to hear the female voices as well, and the women's voices that are part of this tradition. And you're a non-fiction writer, and I know we don't have enough time to hear about that aspect of your work, but one particular aspect that I'd like you to share with us is, as a Cameroonian, is how do you define Afropean?
Well, it is not as a Cameroonian that I have to define it. It has a precise definition. An Afropean is a European of African descent